Okay. On my to-do list today is just get through my backup of everything I want to do. Just doing my little tweet here. Blue sky post. Um, is that done? Okay. What are we gonna do? That there. All right, I'm gonna start with the statistic changes. I think. All right. Sell those. Then we'll go to enchanter. Okay. Now. All right, that's that one. Clarity. Gate. I'm going to switch to list view. Parody. Haste. Memory wipe. Pets nothing. Sleep. Alright, so that's sleep there. What did I do for this? Threat. I can take that out for now. It's done. Let's take the threat off these for now. It's done. Alright, purge sleeps fine. I think. No, I do need that. And then recovery. Okay. Why do I have 3 of these? Health, primary, secondary. I don't think the enchanter needs the secondary. on this. Okay, let me open this so that doesn't pop up. Level, position, save. Alright, I think the enchanter stuff is backed up now. Ready to go. Onto the healer. Let me also, I'm just going to go ahead and open the main level. Okay, so we're going to need auto attack, buff, heal over time, heal small, heal big. Heal AoE. Resurrect. Root. Recovery. Res. Root. And recovery. is actually supposed to be physical. Oh, actually, I might have taken the wrong thing. That's probably smite. Auto attack, healer. Copy. Oop. Auto attack, paste. Yeah, there we go. And then okay, and then buff. It's gonna be 2. Okay. Now heal AoE. Heal big. Okay, resurrect. Okay, and smite, I think I did. Healer attack. And then one more for recovery. No, I think I'm just going to do a shared and take the enchanter one for now and put these over here. Okay. Alright, healer's done. Back up. So AoE knockback, auto. What else we got? Dot projectile. D. Let's do fireball. Teleport. I don't think it does anything, but actually, if I don't have to create one, I won't. Teleport. Timing, yeah, that's none. Okay, and MMO recovery. I don't need to recreate. Rogue. Stat. Change. Back up. So we have attack 1, attack 2. We auto 1, auto 2. One, auto 2, backstab, kick, attack. Auto 1, auto 2, attack, kick, backstab, stealth. So auto 1, auto 2, this is the attack. What is this? Why is this doing? Oh, it's just doing 2 of the same, I think. Right? I think this is just the same. Did that do it right? Rogue. Attack 0, 1. Copy that. Must be the same, I guess. Alright. Kick. Okay. Recovery I can change later. Backstab. Okay, and then stealth is up next. Effect, and then duplicate for stealth. Move speed. Alright. Last class backup for stat changes. Tank, stat change, backup. So we got auto, recovery, don't care about right now. Attack 1, 2, 3, shield bash pull. So auto, duplicate, attack 1, 2, and 3. We have a pull, and we like shield bash. I think I did the auto. Yeah, auto. 1, 2, 3, shield bash, pull. Alright, get the auto. Auto attack. Okay. Attack 1. Attack 2. What we got going on here? So we have. Okay, this is the buff. Alright, this is Enrage. So I'm going to rename this now. Tank. I'm going to just rename this right now to. Before I do that, just check out the entire database here. Okay. Tank 2, we're going to rename this to Enrage. And then Enrage. I think it's Resist. And Power. And what else was it? Tank and Rage. Oh, it's probably AoE threat, I think. Tank and Rage. Value, resist damage. Attribute power. Form change. Okay. Form. Okay. So let's take the enrage. First one is resist damage. Copy. Paste. Next one. It's power. And then last one's form change. Okay. I don't know if I did shield bash. We have held current, stun, and threat. We'll do threat and stun. I'll make something generic for that later. Just take the stun. And then this is the threat. Yep. Okay. So shield bash is done, rage is done, pull. So I can double up on the stun, the threat, and the health current. I actually don't need anything else there. So we're going to do we're going to say, I'm going to take attack, threat, stat change, stun, and that's good enough for now. And then, so I've done shield bash, enrage, pulls, all good, tank 0-3, attack, copy, attack 0-3. 0-1. Okay. I think that's the tank. Pretty sure I did auto attack already. Recoveries, whatever. Yeah. Okay. Alrighty. Looking good. Okay, so that's all of the player class stat changes backed up and good to go. Now I think I can go to the enemies at this point. Now I'm pretty sure all of these are going to pretty much have the same stat change value. They're just basically swapping animations. So 3-3. 3-3, yep, okay. Yeah, every one of these things I think has the same damage. So I just literally need one. thing for all of these right now. So that's actually really nice. Bandits, are they the same? Okay, so let's just go to animals. We'll do just a stat change backup. And go to players. Copy here. Pull any one of these. Okay. And we'll just go ahead and just name the stat change animal. Damage for now. Save. And so that covers all of these for now. Assuming spider's about the same. Right, because I haven't really tinkered with too much of this. Yep. And then I'm probably going to just bandit 3 to 3. Yeah, I think I'm just going to 7 to 3. We're going to just do this. We're going to do a ranged. Damage. AI animal damage. Or heck, we'll just do melee. Because I think dragons are different. These guys, I'm sure their damage is it's all basic. There. Golem 2. Same thing. It's all melee. So ranged is actually like I think 5 to 7. Or it was like we'll say 4 to 3. Okay, so all of those then are fine. All those stat changes are fine. Campfire. I think we can just do standard recoveries on those. That's fine. All right, so I will have let me make a new thing here. Okay, so this is going to be stat change system revamp. Okay, so melee. Okay, we'll just start with enemies. Melee attacks are all the same. Ranged. Okay, melee damage. Range damage are all the same. Players. create template stuns, or yeah, it's actually for all stun files, stun effects for different durations, region values for different tiers. Okay. Used for recovery and fire, campfire, and sucrose. Okay. Oh, I guess I do need to copy that. What? Campfire, recovery. Weird. Okay, let's go back to sucrose. Let me get this. Okay, so we're gonna copy this one and then put it here. And this one is health. Name. And then duplicate. This one's gonna be mana. Which I need to go to. Okay. Alright, so enemies and players are caught up. And then loot. Pretty sure these are just pretty generic regen things. So Food recovery tiers. Okay. Potion gains. Okay, yeah, I'll back up these. Okay, I think that's the right one, right? Yeah. Okay, power. Okay. Those are just healing his power, whatever. Those are all the buffs we have. Weapons. I don't have any effect changing weapons. I think that's everything for now. So I think I can do my stat change real quick. I'm going to submit to Perforce just in case everything goes to hell. Pre-stat change. Failed to check files in. What? Okay, weird. Alright. Alright, so I'm going to now... I'm going to close out. I have to do a bit of a big... Sort of a big... Not really big, but... I'm doing a workflow change where I am... Instead of having this massive data table, I'm going to try and break it up a bit better. And I'm doing this change in order to see if... feel this change firsthand for Rune's Tearyn, and see if it's good for the long haul of converting it over to vertical third. I think it already is in my head. It simplifies so much, and I'll probably have to make a my own little file browser for data tables, but that's not too bad because the con of it is that you start having a lot of different data tables. It gets really big, and so that's the change of it. All right, so I'm going to go to the action spawner and go to our structures for the action data. And so we're going to change, I think, the struct action statistic changes. So that's a set which has these in it. So this is going to change. I think I need to change this out to a data table. I'm going to save that. I'm going to close this. Not save any of that. There's a bug in Unreal for that. And then we open up. So now let's go look at our main stuff, database, players, go to archer, attack. So go stat changes, and now it's a data table. That's what we wanted. And so now we go to the archer stat backup, archer attack 1, attack 1. 2, attack 3. I am not quite sure why there are 2 of these on this attack. It's not even supposed to be 2 things here. Okay. Let me go change my character in PlayFab. If it would load. Characters. I forget which character I'm even using. Maybe it's that one. Okay. Let's see here. Stat, whatever. Stat, whatever. Okay. Archer auto attack. I did forget to do the dodge roll. Action trap. All right, let's see if I can try that real quick. We will go to, oh, I need to do the actual code. Which is actually going to be in components. Okay. So prior to this, it was just a big struct of things. And so instead, all right, so we're going to do, I have to disconnect those, these. Instead, put this here and this here. And then we're going to read data table. Get data table row. And it's always going to be new row because that's how I set everything up. And it should break like that. And we do the same over here. Set linear color. I don't even know what I have to have this for. Oh, I think this is for a previous, yeah, this is not even for this game. That's a prior project. I don't think I even need that. And then this should be able to just come from here. Yeah. All right, do save all. Let's go see if I can hit a target dummy with the archer. Okay. quickly make sure all these are turned off. We'll just make it writable. And turn on the target dummies. We're going to get data table row. Oh, I don't need it on this one. It's valid index, okay. And then over here is get data table row. Okay. Where are my guys? There they are. Alrighty. That works. Alright, this has something wrong with it, I think. Apparently I can't lay traps. Okay. Oh, we can just do a is valid check, I guess. Excuse me. Okay, it's valid there. Um, this is mostly a culprit of things just not being set up right now. But true, we go here. False, we go here. Okay. Oh, I have the wrong thing set on here. That's why. So I put the wrong ability on that. Why can't I do that though? That's weird. Oh, okay, so not found. We're just gonna skip. Us to not screw things up. Okay. Maybe seems like it's working here. I don't know why that one's not working. Okay. Let's see here. For some reason, these are all set to banish. Something I did wrong. Oh, I think I mixed them up. Oh, I just didn't do the attack damage once. Um, um, so this one is the power shot. Oh my god, you look amazing. I love it.
They make me so tall. Look how tall I am. I'm as tall as mom when I'm
Yeah,
Christmas. And I have little bows on the back too.
that's awesome.
Yay.
Okay, I'm going to do... Okay, so I've messed up some of these. Still doesn't explain a little bit. So first up, I need to do is go to... We're going to deny the request at all components, see component action. So go all the way back here, and we're going to say, hey, is this valid? Is valid index. If this is valid, am I supposed to do this even earlier? No. And false, we just fail out, which is fine. Stop the macro or the function. Do nothing. Okay. Now the input stuff is weird why I'm getting a lot of errors in the input component. So is valid index. Okay, so not only does it need to be a valid index, somehow I double clicked to open this stupid thing. Is valid. True. This is clearly a temporary thing, but so I think some of the abilities were just not being used because they don't have their stat change set and they were being declined at that stage. So yeah, that works now. That works now. That works. That works. That works. Okay. Now this is going. I have a shot, but it's doing banish. Alright, what now? Okay, set player names, whatever. Alright, so I think the first thing I need to do is make sure these just have things in them. And start from there. So if I go to, let's open, so the trap, that's the action. Let's make sure everything has a stat change. So recovery, let's do health, stat change. And I'm just going to change this to, let's do a quick update redirectors. And we're going to just set this to recovery. Stat change, recovery, health. Mana, or primary. And so this is a recovery archer. We just need health. So that has one auto attack archer. And this is just damage. That's good. This is archer trap 3. Trap 3 stat change. Trap 02. 02 stat change. And then 01. Dodge roll. I don't think no, I didn't make the dodge roll one. So I'll go back to that. I'll just do health recovery for now. Make a note to fix dodge roll. Bugs, fix dodge roll. Add immunity. 03. What is the attack 03? So let's go to the kit. Attack 03 is dodge roll. Is E, so it's taunting shot. And 1 is the big damage shot. So this is actually just like threat. So we'll just do that for now. I might as well just make it for the archer. Copy here. Rename. Stat change. Archer. Taunting. Shot. And that there. I probably don't even need to do, probably just take out the archer and do taunting shot. Just based on the ability. And then attack 02 is not even used right now. So I'm just going to actually delete the 02. Compile, save here. Just close everything for a hot second. So archer, attack 02, I'm just going to delete. And then archer, attack 02, we will delete. And then attack 1 is the bigger damage shot, which we'll just do. I guess we'll just take the auto attack, copy, paste that in, and then we'll just do, I don't know, 10 to, let's add it like that, I guess. And that should put it back to, yep, auto attack there. And that, okay. Alright, so auto attack, it's working. Okay. Taunting shot. Doesn't make them immune anymore. And then big boom, big boom. Well, I think I need to take off the, it might be set as an auto attack thing. Okay. I think there's an option. Yeah, take that off. Now allow it to crit. Okay, so everything seems to be working good. Let me go into a test level here. I don't think I'd be possible to see any like noticeable What do I have to, what's the dang location here? Hopefully this fixes it. Yeah, okay. Stat unit. I don't think I'm ever going to see the actual performance games this way on. Okay, that's the snare. Banish. Obviously that's damage. Should be a dot maybe. Damage over time. Yeah. Okay, those are all good. There's a crit now when I do this. Okay, it didn't crit. Alright, auto attack is auto action. Done. Do I need it set to an ability? Rogue. Hmm. Whatever. Okay. I think everything's looking good on the archer. And these are what errors? These seem unrelated to anything. Okay. Sure. All right. So let's do a checklist, I guess. Archer. Okay. So auto attack is obviously good. Dodge roll I have to fix. Taunting shot appears to be. Oh. Wait, hold up. Why am I being healed? Oh, it's the dodge roll, I bet. Yeah, okay. So let's go back to Archer. We'll just make a new one. And we're going to do dodge roll. And in the dodge roll, well, actually, we don't even need to do a dodge roll specific. This goes back to one of the reasons why I'm doing this. We're going to do so players. Thinking how I want to organize all this. So in the database, we're going to do stat changes. We're just going to have a global folder for that. And one of these is we'll just go so players. Just grab one of these, doesn't really matter. Copy here. Make a folder for stat change. Immune, damage, 0.5. I guess we'll just do like 1 second. Or this is the folder. So stat change, immune damage. Move this in there. And now this is going to be stat change, immune damage for 1 second. Sure. Okay, and then we'll do set in combat, diminishing returns, or power or critical hit, and value. It's going to just be a duration, positive, self. That might come into play later, but I'll leave it for itself for now. Unavoidable. Add some immune damage. A value is not relevant. Power scaling. This is all not relevant. Duration is going to be 1 second. We don't need tick. And then this is going to be show on UI. Immune damage. And then I don't know what icon to do here. Uh, guess we'll look for like a shield, maybe. It's probably good enough for spell. Immune. Let's do shield, whatever. It's really not that important. We'll just reset this. I don't really know. Okay, immune damage. Shake. Don't need any of that. Don't need any of that. So set up. That's fine. So stat change immune damage. So now it's going from every single ability has very distinct, specific stat changes to itself to, hey, we have a bunch of generic. There we go. A lot more generic. And so now I don't have to ever recreate a 1 second damage immunity stat change. I can reuse it over and over. Okay, let's set player name. That's fine. That's probably just some stupid data table error for one of these things, maybe. Yeah, let's do like bear spawn. Oh, right. The bear doesn't even have his attack. Okay, let's do that real quick because that's really easy. We're going to go back here. Hello, Atag. Atagug. Atagug. That K there like really throws you off. How are you? Ada. I like it. I'm doing swell. Just I'm like, so if you're just learning about me, I'm doing obviously building Ruins of Tearyn, which is a kind of a MMO between. We're trying to do a cross between EverQuest and World of Warcraft. And then we also have, it's actually powered by our previous tech product we made called Vertical Third. And so I'm doing, and they kind of like work back and forth where, you know, our progress on Ruins of Terran is actually going to, you know, allows us to use our own tech to improve our tech. And so right now I'm implementing a little bit of a change to my version of Vertical Third in this project to let me more accurately reuse some stat changes that stat changes and abilities later on that are a little bit more modular and easier to create. First time seeing you. I'm not much of a social media guy. Just watching people on breaks, learning, discovering. Yeah. So we've used. When I say we, it's my wife and I are on the project. We're 10-year Unreal Engine veterans. We've for Vertical Third, we got 2 MegaGrants for 100K from Epic Games. We previously worked for Epic Games on the Epic Games Game Design Professional Certificate on Coursera, and so we did a bunch of stuff there. There's like 26 plus hours of educational content for that. And then we've obviously we're Unreal authorized instructors. We've done so we're like it, long story short, we're very Unreal heavy people, and so we're building our MMO. We actually went on the. I'll show you real quick. Um, if you just search Ruins Tearyn inside Unreal, we actually went on the Unreal Engine live stream talking about everything we're doing with. So this is me and my wife. That's Tina, the host of Inside Unreal. And then we teach some content too. So if we go to Vertical Thirds channel, I have my most biggest videos, massive guide to game architecture, and then I also have on Runes of Tearyn. We also have I did a how to build an indie MMO that kind of breaks down the tech stack that we're doing on everything. And so we've done 3 playtests last year, and we're basically trying to push to do stress testing. And so the whole project is actually fully blueprint code. And so we're really trying to find the limit of every zone is its own server, right? So we're trying to make sure, and like I can pull up the main level right now. Every zone is its own server, so that means that so we have a lot of experience, and we're trying to really tackle the hard parts of doing all this, which is the tech, right? And so we're being strategic about it, but this is the first world, right? And so these are all like the spawners. All these green things are enemy spawners. Yellow ones are world loot spawners and stuff. And so, and then we also have, if you come down here, you go through, this is like a little undead area, down here, and then you can click into the first dungeon. And so this was just like I could make it so you just walk into it, but it's a very zone-based, very EverQuest. I don't know if you know EverQuest, but kind of old school in the terms of it's sort of like I say old school a lot, but it's really like it is modern. Lots of games use modern just zoning from server to server type stuff. You think about any action RPG, you're loading from one level to the next type thing, and it loads you into a different server type thing. And so, and then if you click that door, it would go into our first dungeon. And so I've built out a raid boss here as well. And so we have our first raid boss. I don't know if I simulate this, will it pop up for me real quick? We have a big first raid boss dragon here. We call him Verovin right now. So yeah, like really trying to go back to some of the old school roots of everything, and create something really, really unique. That's again like our directions, like how we're trying to be a little bit different is like we both played EverQuest back in the day before World of Warcraft, before we even met each other, and then we met each other on World of Warcraft. And so we loved EverQuest, but we know like there's a lot of like we feel like you need to modernize the game, and it's a lot of the mechanics is very slow paced. EverQuest was. That was probably too punishing for today's audience, and so we're trying to like take EverQuest as based, sprinkle in a little bit of World of Warcraft, maybe a little bit of New World, maybe a little bit of RuneScape, and kind of see where we're kind of going with everything. But the core of it is really just being a very social experience, fighting with like grouping up and playing with other people. And so we're not doing group based at the start, at least. We're not doing group based content where you like go into a dungeon with 5 people and complete the dungeon, you leave. It's everything's kind of like in a zone. You have to group up, fight your way in, and actually socialize with other people and stuff. So, and it is going to be slower paced. We're trying to get rid of the the button mashing rotation kind of feel of a game. Like you don't want you to have to button mash a rotation to be like topping damage meters. We want it to be more positional based, strategic, environment awareness. Like that's a lot of input we take from like the classic hardcore WoW community is like your rotation's not really hard to do and things like that. It's more about execution and like you're going through a dungeon, how many groups wipe from just stupid pulling, you're not watching pathers, um, all those things, and so um, make it more about the fun of the game and the experience versus like having to roll your face against a keyboard to get a high and like also just we hate the idea of we hate the constant theme in MMOs of pull a pack of 10 monsters and AoE grind it down. Like it just doesn't like have much strategic depth to it, and so it's going to be a bit more it's like single target focused using instead of AFK press attack like boring camp cleaning and so a bit more strategic and stuff making sure you have to use crowd control. We really want tons of different techniques. Like back in EverQuest days, there was fear kiting. You put a snare on a mob, you fear the mob, it runs away kind of slowly because it's snared, and you're able to maybe like do a certain groups or small teams, like a 2 or 3 group party, without a tank because you can fear kite something, right? Or maybe you're a necromancer and you're soloing it because you can fear kite. And then there's charm. Enchanters would get charm. Enchanters are very much mostly support class that just mez and CC things and provide like regeneration buffs and things. But then they can charm any monster in the game pretty much with a kind of high risk, high reward situation because that mez can break and the monster can like come fighting after you. No. So it's kind of like become a thing in MMO design where sides are kind of bad for your game, and because it splits your player base and it splits people from playing with each other. So it's kind of like a rule of thumb now of like never doing like sides of Horde versus Alliance. You can do it like it's kind of like the New World thing now is like it's um, have them create guilds that can compete against each other, have them create, maybe alliances, but they can still go group up with each other in a dungeon or something like that, right? It doesn't prevent them or lock them out from that. And you're even seeing that's what WoW is doing now, right? WoW is doing this thing where you can actually start playing with the other sides, and yeah, yeah. So it's like you're gonna have and like so we're gonna have like factions, just like kind of EverQuest had, where like there's probably gonna be evil factions like dark elves, ogres, um, trolls, like these type of things. But and you might have some interactions between each like NPC cities and things. Like maybe you can't go. Obviously, if you're like a dark elf, you can't just walk into the human city, right? Or the high elf city. You wouldn't be able to just walk in there because those factions kind of hate each other. But it's not going to prevent you from going to a dungeon and joining up with a gnome or something like that, right? And it's up to the players to decide if they're going to like, not group with each other. We're very PvE focused. We're not doing PvP for who knows how long. But the races are nothing self-created. I'm sure eventually, right? We'll have a lot of that. We absolutely will. But right now, we're very focused on just the gameplay feel and the technical aspects of it. Because again, we've only been doing this not even part time. We probably only have 2 months of like full-time work on this project. And we only started at like December of 2024. So it's basically been a year, a little over a year. Okay. Yeah, so vertical thirds are just a full game architecture. If you wanted like a little bit of a shorter one, it's the one on the vertical third channel, the game architecture. complete guide to a game architecture video. It's 45 minutes instead, but basically, like if I come down here, so this is my vertical third folder, and so this is everything I've created already before this project even started. And so if I hit play here, it'll also show it. Why did it do? Oh. So, and like obviously we're like, because we come from MMOs, we've always wanted to build an MMO, right? And so we have full gear, full inventory, 80 to 100 statistics already kind of in and coded. We have a whole quest system with like 10 different quest types, quest inventory, crafting system. Obviously, we have all the different, you can add as many different trade skills as you want. And then as you click through them, there's, all your different recipes for everything. And it's a pretty standard crafting system. Just get those things, and click craft for now. We might expand on that in the future, but that's the base what comes out of vertical third. Obviously, like your little spellbook, action list. Progression is, I don't remember the passcode right now, but because I use this for cheats in the live version, but progression is just your talent tree, your skill graph, that type of thing. And right now I just have it for like extra cheats while we play online. And then scoreboard is just scoreboard, and then it's just like there for like a who's online type list right now. And so our items get +2 like leveling up. I mean, you can get levels in the game and stuff. Like we have a whole experience system as well, and so and then we have a whole combat system is fully implemented with tons of different stuff. Hold on, TT. I'll be right there. Go sit down. And so yeah, it's and as you saw, like there's tons of like, so these are all the UI. These widgets are user interface objects in Unreal Engine. So I have like tons of those things, different spawners, even have like localization setups pre-done, different Niagara effects that are like tied into the actual skill system. So if I set like a fire on the ground effect to be 10 seconds, it'll communicate with the VFX to last 10 seconds. I don't have to do like any manually setup there with everything. And so chat systems, all my AI logic is all good to go. Camera shake features, so, and then like my character classes and in games very quickly get bloated. And so I've modularized everything you can think of about a character code. So for everything from your user interface, team, targeting, like statistics, like just kind of like what I went through before. But there's even like a death component, a graph data component, what's like threat damage meters, healing meters and stuff. Anything you want to put on a graph type thing. And so basically years and years of work that you would have to do to set up your MMO is like already done, right? Because we've done it already. And so I don't have like a fishing rod +5 type system yet for loot, but everything is blueprint code, so you have access to access to the code yourself, right? So any of these you can open up and start modifying all the code you want for whatever it is. And so like I have a lot of different functions and everything, and comments on everything. So we obviously built it because we were doing it. We started in 2015 to do a bunch of indie dev, and we very quickly realized like we're going to need better tools, and the tools that we wanted weren't really available, so we started building our own. And then in 2019 we got our first mega grant, which was for Castle Day and like kind of vertical third. So it was at the moment where we're like, do we focus on our indie game, which was very much like at the time we were trying to build like basically a round based or a match based game that is, and like what is the first 30 minutes of an MMO on the first day of launch, and we're trying to capture that in like a 30-minute match. And so it's called Castle Day, and that's on our Stark Gaming YouTube. we have like 3 different versions of it because it started as a game jam. If you ever want to check some of our old work out, you may have if you watch any of the Unreal live streams, you might notice some videos there. But if you look at the Castle Day videos, um, there's a bunch of them. The 3.0 one was the last Castle Day iteration we had, but it was basically like, hey, everyone do a bunch of like quest MMO-y things. Like first, you think of everyone logging into a newbie area for playing that for like 20 minutes, and then the winner of that round would become the raid boss, and everyone would have to go and kill the raid boss, or the raid boss has to go, kill everyone else. So it's kind of like one of those things that we've always had, like the MMO idea in mind that we want to build in the future, and so we were working towards that. So from 2019, basically about 2019 to 2022, we were building Vertical Third with that kind of mindset, and from there, um, we had to do a little bit of contract work. That's when we got the opportunity to work for Epic Games after that, and so like updates, we did some updates for Vertical Third since then, but obviously it's not like paying paying rent and stuff. So we've had to do other contract work and things since we released it in 2022. But it's a very powerful tech. We haven't had the time to let it cook, like marketing wise, and um, we launched with like a $300 price point. We lowered it to $200 when Fab turned around in order to like be more open to students and stuff. And because there's a lot of different ways you can use it. You can use it as like to power your game. You can use it as like a educational resource. You can use it for prototyping. You can use it for like if you're for like it might be easier to test ideas in Vertical Third than it is to implement them into your main project. So you can test ideas with it first, and then if you like those ideas, bring it into your main project, whatever way you have set up over there. And so there's a lot of different ways, but overall, so we call it like obviously game architectures, and so it's the logical next step for workflow, like better workflows compared to game engines. And so um, in like the 2010s, we got Unity, we got Godot, we got Unreal Engine, and that's like obviously like game developers don't want to spend years building a game engine, and so that's the logical step to make games faster. Well, what's the next step? That's, to me, game architectures and having really robust systems that are like worked on and improved over time. And so that's what Vertical Third is. And so um, it's something and so like what better way to test and promote your tech is to have a successful MMO, right? And so I think the first thing that'll turn people's heads for both Ruins of Tearyn and Vertical Third is when we're able to get a couple hundred people online on a single Unreal Engine server, going around leveling, doing stuff, and the performance is good. Like that's going to really start to turn heads. Because once we get to 200, 300 people, we can just open up another instance, right? Just like classic WoW instancing. And so that's the only cap. That's like all we really need to do is reach that kind of 200 to 300 person point in a single zone, and we'll be Gucci at that point. And so that's kind of the idea of everything. And right now, I'm kind of going back on what it was. I'm doing I think I have a better workflow for Vertical Third because of my experience working with Ruins of Terran already, and so I'm implementing that change here first, seeing if I like it, and then if I do like it, I'll bring it over to I'll be bringing it over to Vertical Third as well. And so it's like test it in my own project first, see if I like it, see what the flaws, the pros and cons are, and then bring it over to Vertical Third for other game developers to enjoy. I will be right back. I have to help my daughter, and I'll be back with some more in like 5 or 10 minutes. All right, I'm back, and I'm going to get these. All right, so this, let's just look for attack. We're just setting this to everything. So already this is feeling fantastic, right? So before I'd have to have every single animal attack in the game, or every single AI attack in the game have effectively its own options for a stat change. And so now I can have basically different tiers of damage for everything. And so I could have like a melee tier 0 damage level, you know, weak, medium, strong. And depending on the thing, animal, or whatever, I can choose which one of those I want. So I'm going to do, let's move the stat change. We're going to take stat change. We're going to move this. No, we're going to do database, stat changes. And we're going to at the moment, stat change, AI melee damage. We'll do melee. Damage. Ranged damage. Okay. And then I can get rid of that. And then bandits. I think these are all the same here. Okay, this is Mathea. Okay, this guy is something else. I don't think I use that right now. I'm going to just delete that one. Do I use it? No, I don't. That's not even supposed to be there. Okay. It's fine. Which one's this? Doesn't matter really. Melee. Okay. Save all that. So now I believe, let's go through these. These are all touched. Different attacks. Might have to also expand. Now would be a good time to do it. Expand action system to include multiple animations to randomize from. That's not too bad of an idea. okay. These are all good. And then archer. This needs to be a ranged AI stat. Bandit, attack. Okay, I'll get to the dragon stuff shortly, because that I did forget to save. AI melee. Like already it's really easy to sort of implement. Okay. So I think all of my melee damage. Okay, ranged stat change damage. And these, most of these I don't use. I think this might have been the only one I use, which is perfectly fine. Homing. I don't know if I use that guy or not. Let's go find out which one I use. Flurry, melee, homing, charger. So we have charger. Okay. Flurry. Homing. Ranged. Okay. Melee. Okay. I think that's all in there. Alright, I think I got all of the enemies reset up and working. And now I need to double check the player, so let's go back to the mechanics testing level. And now I can actually test my dodge roll, make sure that's working. Oh, right. I need to change my level. Raise 14. Let's go class level. Let's put you down to 1. Or I suppose I could just increase the level of the monster to okay, immunity's working. Okay. That's working. And I'm pretty sure I know everything else is working. So let's just go ahead and change. Put this back to 1. Change myself to the tank. And then let's double check the tank over here. Go to players. Okay, we need the auto attack. Oh, did I do the recovery for the archer? Recovery. Health. Okay. And this should just be tick. Okay. And then tank recovery, health, stat change. And then we have so attack 1. Attack 3. Shield bash. Yeah, it was, I think, stun, threat, and then I think I'm just doing a like generic damage thing here. So stat changes, melee damage. So this one's going to be stat change, melee damage. I'm trying to think of a word for like it's just for UX, just showing like a tiny bit of damage. I guess I'll just do base, and should just pretty much be almost no value, like 1 to 3. Okay, and now enrage. Okay, so first it was the resist, then the power, and then the form. Tank pull, I think was just the stun, the threat, and then the damage base again. Damage base. Okay, let's see if that all works. Okay, but I didn't set the auto. Okay, Q works. Jump slam works. Yep. So if I go resist. Okay, resist damage 50%. I think power also goes up. Yeah, power went up. And then my form changed. So that one works. Okay, for some reason it didn't pull, but is that a issue with the monster? Hmm. Wait, did I get a message? Did I get a weird error there? I don't know if to reorder those. So I don't know why I had that there. Because this is only that. So I shouldn't need this at all. Nor do I need that. And then the auto attack did not get set. Okay, tank, pull. Oh, okay. I did actually. No, direct target. Targeting actor. Oh, yeah, so maybe it's. Do I need a pull? Knock pull? Maybe that's what it is. So maybe I didn't have. Maybe it wasn't damage I did. It was pull. Okay. So pull stat change. And we will do instant negative, physical sure, subtract, knock, pull. Wherever it is. Where is it? Knock, pull. I don't remember if I just do like that. Let's see what happens there. Okay, let's see. Can I make that faster? Alright, well, that's good enough for now. Okay. Pull, stun. Alright, so now we're going to also have like generic stuns. So, back in the stat changes, we'll have a stun. And so we'll go to players. Let's take that tank stun. I'm going to move it here. Rename, and now this is going to be stat change. Stun. We'll do A0, 5 seconds on this one. And we can go ahead and just make a couple of these. Hey Siri, timer for 5 minutes.
5 minutes starting now.
Oh, I do want to make sure. Okay, it does have it. Okay, stun. All right. Yeah, I'm really enjoying this already. So tank pull. Now the pull is only going to be a very small stun. And now the same thing with threat changes too. So we can make a formal like list of threats values. Okay, so we go tank. So it's going to be stat change, threat. We'll say add. I guess we'll start with 50. And this one at a base value is what? We'll just start with 50. Can you just go take the fries out of the oven for me? Put them on the counter where sugar can't get them. Okay, threat. Add 50. Okay, let's just quickly update these. So this is 200. This is 175. This is 150. And I'll fix these up too. So this is a 3-second, 2.5 second, 2-second, and 1-second. Okay. All right, yeah, this is turning out really good so far. And so if we go back to that tank ability with the pole, right away we know, hey, we're doing a pole, we're adding 50 threat, we're stunning for 0.5 seconds, and then the poles will actually also become kind of a thing as well. I think I just have this at like 1500 maybe. I have to double check if that even, how much that actually changes the value and whatnot. I forget how much it changes. Okay. Back to here. And the poll. Go open up this poll. So it's doing a 2500 poll, 0.5 seconds done, and adds 50 thread. Okay. All right, the recovery thing is messed up because I didn't make the buff right. So we have that. Our auto attack's working. Swipe's working. I think it should crit here. Yep. And shield bash. big buff. Okay, so the only thing that's messed up is recovery. And this needs to be click there. And then why does it get interrupted? Let's see if it's being interrupted or not. Alright, now it's being interrupted. Okay. That works. Save, and then if we go to the archer, just to double check their recovery. Now that should be fixed there too. And so let's go back to the archer for a moment. And that's it. Shows up. And it goes away. Perfect. So now we gotta do, we'll just do healer. Perfect. Okay, cool. I had a pending question with the Epic Game Store on how to properly kind of do open beta tests and stuff, and just got my answer. Okay, what is this? I'll play this player name, whatever. All right, that's good. That's good. Yeah, so we're doing the healer now. So auto attack, buff, AoE, big, overtime, heal, resurrect, root, recovery. Auto attack, right? Auto attack. Heal big. Heal over time. Heal small. Res. And root. And recovery. So we're going to have recovery, health, and recovery, primary. Okay. Let's test the cleric. So auto attack. Looks like it's working. Then we have shift. I might have to test that later. I think that's a group. Maybe I can set one of these to ally. Wait, did that say I'm already low on storage? Okay. Okay, so what was it? Why does that not seem like it's doing anything? Okay. Okay, that one works. Yep. I can't really test death. Let's smite. Did not work. Okay, that one doesn't have it. Alright, that does work. And shielding is messed up. What is this one? Resurrect. Okay, that's working. That worked. Okay, so that's some of the problems going on. So go back to my buff. I didn't even set the buff. Okay. Buff health, buff armor. And then the other one that wasn't working is the smite. Okay. That's my buff. And then smite. Okay. And then the AoE heal also wasn't healing. That would be why. Perfect. Alright, healer seems good to go. I don't know why that's goofing. Okay. Next up is the enchanter. Oh, I didn't even do anything. Okay. Enchanter. Okay. MMO enchanter pet melee attack. Clarity, haste, memory wipe, sleep, stun, recovery, purge. Okay, sleep. Stun. What is the stun set to? Duration's 5 seconds. Okay, so we need to make a 5-second stun. Okay. Recovery enchanter. Do recovery health. Recovery primary. Purge sleep. And then memory wipe. And technically memory wipe is remove threat. So I can go down to threat, and we can just do duplicate, remove 50, subtract 50. And then if we go over to the enchanter, memory wipe, the first one's 15. So let's go do that, I guess. I'll put this to magic. Put them both to magic for now. Okay. Haste. Clarity. Enchanter stun. Okay, yeah, that's that. And then memory wipe. Alright. Oh yeah, on the pet cast. Should just be nothing. Let's see if that causes any errors. Alright. So mana regen went up. Haste has went up. So those two are working. Okay, that's working there. Okay, he's dealing damage. It's done. Mez. Now, why is that doing 22 damage on its start? Okay, threats being reduced. It's very odd. The first attack of the pet is causing it somehow. Alright, something's messed up. Okay, let's go back to here. Okay, so it's not this one I need to do. It's this one is valid. And that should maybe stop it from trying to do something. Why in the world is it getting extra damage? That's so weird that the first hit is getting bonus damage. Wait, what's up? This. What the? Okay. Enchanter. Kit AI pet. There's only one thing. Okay, so something's up with the pet. Why is it doing this? All this is weird. Why this is happening too? Um, okay. Ah, so it's here. I need this is valid. Instead. That should fix it. I need two invalid, do valid checks. Um, geez, okay. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm just doing a temporary thing here. Just in case this is causing issues. I don't know if it is or not, but true, we go there. False, we go there. I don't know. Let's see if that fixes anything. What? Input action. Access none. Branch is valid. Function action start server. Okay, so function input action. Oh, is it the channel stuff? Oh, I don't want to do that. Start server. Channel true. So there's something going on with just the cast of the pet, it seems. So if I do this and this, no issues. And I wonder if it's specifically just because it doesn't have anything set. And so I could just make a thing that's just none, but okay, mesmerize, stun, memory wipe, rest. Everything's fine. And then we do It's basically I have some code for if you're trying to res a target. First, it has to detect if your stat change affects res, and then it'll stop you from doing it. And so it's looking at your stuff for that. So it's got to be. So if I literally just go here, and we'll just make one of these for the sake of making it. Oh, maybe that's what it is. Maybe I'm not going back far enough. Input. Action taken as stat changes, yep. Let's just make a blank stat change. This is not going to do anything. I guess ignore power, ignore crit, and it's going to be none. User interface will do just none. Make sure it doesn't. And then if we take that, go to enchanter pad, do that, and now it doesn't do it. Okay, that fixed that. Now, why is the first attack like God mode? Is maybe the stats of the pet by default high now? No, they're all fine. So we're getting the owner, seeing the power. It's weird that it resets after. So why isn't that happening? It's getting bonus damage from somewhere. Oh, what the heck? Why is this variance so high? Power scaling, duration. This obviously can just be 0. Interesting. So if it's 10 to 12, why is that changing then? So that's what it should be. It should be hitting for 20-ish. But then it goes down after it's spawned. Let's just take this off for a moment. Okay, it is that code for some reason. Alright, I'm going to leave that code off for now and just call the enchanter done. Bugs, we're going to say like enchanter pet needs to be set to owner level when spawned. Okay. What next? Mage is next. Knockback, auto, dot, projectile, teleport, recovery. So recovery, do recovery, health, recovery, mana, or primary. Save that. Stat change none on the teleport. Projectile is whatever it's set here. Fireball. And then dot and auto attack and knockback. Okay, so knockback I apparently failed to do. So in this case, we start doing knockback. Copy there. Rename this to knockback. Just knock back. 2500 might be way too much, but stat change knock back. Okay. We will do. I think the mage probably. This probably is damage. Yeah. Damage, and then we're gonna do a snare. Which will just take a stun. Copy that here. Rename stat. Snare. We will do this one for like 3 seconds. We'll do 5 seconds. And we will do move speed. Move speed. This is going to be fire. Duration 5 seconds. Value. I think it's .3. Is a snare. Subtract. Let's see what happens. Oh, didn't set the. Where are you? Okay, where is the thing I'm looking for? Okay, so we have auto attack. There we go. Q for fireball. Burn for overtime damage over time. Okay, that did not get set right, it seems. So go mage dot. For some reason, this is not set to tick. And show. Okay. And so, and then blink. What the heck? Oh, it's just because the ground's not set up to be detected, so it's snapping back to 0, 0, 0. That's fine. And then, okay, I think the knockback's set a little high. Just a hunch. Okay, knockback. We'll set to this like 800. Oh yeah, I do need to test this on the bear. Okay, so I can put the a little higher. Let's do like .7. I think I need to lower the damage, but that's better. Okay. Yeah, I think everything's good now. So blink works. That works. Fireball works. Damage numbers and stuff might all be off, but I'm not too concerned about that right now. Okay. Do I have any left? Archer's good, Enchanter's good, Healer's good, Mage's good, Rogue's good, Tank's good. Alright, I think I have everything. Oh, last thing is the Dragon. And so these will obviously be more customized, so we'll just do a folder for stat changes. Or no, let's not do a stat change folder. Let's just put them in here. We're going to do, we'll just pull a stat change, melee damage base, copy that here. We'll do dragon boss damage. Melee swipe. Put this to like, I don't know, 15 to 25. I don't know. And then this is all instant. Fantastic. And so we're going to open up each melee attack. Put that there. Whelp explosion. Whelp explosion. Instant. This is going to be fire. And we'll make this a bit more hefty. 25. 25. Okay. And then what? Whelp spawn's going to be nothing. Stat change none. I'll just do none. Cool. And then Whelp explosion. Melees are all done. Flame breath. Flame breath. This is going to be fire. And we'll set it to like 5. A base of 10 to 5. I don't know. Stat flame. Okay, fire rain. Is going to be flame breath, so we'll duplicate. Maybe we'll just whelp explosion. Maybe we'll just stick a whelp explosion in there. No. Fiery rain. We'll at least make its own thing. Okay, fiery rain, flame breath, fireball. Again, just for the sake of dragon fireball stat. Just so I can tweak it in the future with whatever I need to. Alright, close all those. I think I'm good. Let's just do a quick test on the boss here. Mechanics testing, no. That's the wrong one. I'm going to set my level to like 50. Oh. I gotta, just gonna copy that. Set it to my spawn point in the cloud. Mm. Oh, do I have them only set to do that right now? I think I have them only set to do the big attack. Alright, well, let's fix that real quick. Alright, where's this kit? Can I turn on, let me try the fireball, fire rain. I guess I can't. Have to figure that out. Hmm?
Hi. Oh, I'm getting a call. I was gonna ask. Oh, hey, I was gonna ask if we could have no. Do we have power? Not power. Oh. No. I was talking to Dad. Let me ask him this thing real quick. I was wondering if we had pesto.
Yeah, we do. We can do a nochi.
Oh, okay. Also, what do you say that?
We can do nochi.
Yay! Because Ari was making pasta and she grated a whole bunch of Parmesan and that made me feel craving for it.
Okay.
But I'm about to do dishes as well.
Well, let me know when you want me to make it. Okay.
What's that?
Let me know when you want me to make it.
Okay.
So I want to do it when you're doing your dishes and stuff. Okay. Okay, I think this guy's good. Shouldn't get any more errors, so okay. Everything's looking good. I can now submit my stuff. Or let's have a couple things I shouldn't if they come up here. I'm pretty sure it won't let me submit those things. All right, now I can submit. Major stat change workflow updated. All right, I enjoy that a lot now. So now we have like very specific, the ability to do very specific stat changes for stuff, but everything that has like more generic, stuff I can create defaults for, and now I don't have to ever worry about. And like to do this a little bit even further later on, I wanted to do a make a whole template for like border colors and stuff. I don't know if I'm going to stick that in a UI as well, but it could, instead of having every single one of these snare UIs, storing the information of this snare stuff, it can all be brought back to one source thing, which could help on memory. But that's what a big part of this is going to help on, is reducing a lot of data that's just not necessary. And so it's going to lower the memory cost of a lot of abilities too, and just in general be a good step towards more efficiency. Okay. Um, that's a good little, I think, stopping point for a little bit. Um, and so one of the experiences I had with New World was they really had a good system of having very specific debuffs on a monster and buffs for your characters. And part of the meta game in combat was having really good uptime on debuffs and buffs. And so I really want to have that thing of, and this will eventually come into some of the UI changes for enemies, is having a really notable point of like icon or something that shows what debuffs are active on the monster, and um, really feeling different group compositions of, oh, we had someone that slowed the monster's attack speed really, really well. I noticed that was on the monster, and it impacted the group XYZ. And so I think that's going to be a good thing for this stuff. And I do like the workflow already with how just having this stat change kind of pile of stuff. I do think it's going to actually add up to a lot. And just in general, when I'm trying to slap on a new ability or something to an enemy, I have some template stuff that I can throw into, and it makes it a lot faster to just get something going. And then like when we get into creating more monsters and enemies, I can have a very methodical approach to like, okay, this is a level 30 typical melee attack, and I can either stick in the template melee level 30 melee attack, or I can make something custom for that monster. And so I'm liking how this is looking so far. Um, and feeling some of these changes I was like kind of putting off because it's not really like a fun code stuff to do, even though it's not like its most dramatic. It's really the backup stuff. It's the fact that I already have a bunch of things done, and like doing the backups for all those was kind of tedious. And I know, and then it's like, oh, I don't want to make new abilities because I know I want to make this change. So it's kind of like stuck in the middle. And that was the first change I did, and I have another one to come next. Um, and I'm thinking of whether or not I should do that one yet. And so if I go to enemies, let's pull up the ability. Get the bear attack. I do think I need to add in a, pick a random montage um, to use. And then all of these could be rolled into the same thing. And that way I wouldn't have to worry. It would reduce a lot of files. So I'm trying to think. So I could make this whole thing, this entire index, also its own data table. And that would be my next step. And then I would have a lot of different things of a standard teleport, standard like melee attacks, explosions, things like that. Um, and it would simplify this whole like thing a little bit, because I feel like it's a little bit daunting right now. when it comes to like teaching people how to use vertical third and things like that. So it kind of simplifies the process of create a single ability and then combine them all together to create a bigger thing. It's the ingredient and the recipe kind of approach to it. But then I think about if I go to the more complicated abilities, like Fire Rain, and so each of these could be a different data table. And which one's easy to do? Work like this or make them all separate data table files? Because maybe I need to segment the core defining ability aspects of it versus some of the location aspects of it and change that around. Take the more targeting aspects of it all out. But that gets really complicated code-wise. It really complicates the code if I did that. I definitely don't want to do that drastic. Oh, hello. Hey, Eva. Eva. Nice to see you on my game development channel. Oh, is it? It's so weird, my microphone. Like on my OBS, I'm literally hitting like yellow and red. And yet people tell me they can't hear me. It's so weird. I even have like the boost up to like plus 13, I think it was. I think it just reset, but microphone. It's so weird. Yeah, this is my MMO project. So I'm starting to try and it's a 250? Jesus. So it's so weird. I don't understand it. Like, here's my OBS. Like, my voice is hitting yellow and red. How is it not, like, going high? I don't understand it. It doesn't make any sense. Like, I can try putting it to, like, 20. I don't know. Like, I'm always in the red now. But is that, like, more hearable? I don't know. I get this comment so much. And it's like, it's crazy. I don't know. But it's like on my stupid OBS. Like now I'm like constantly, the full bar is like red now. It's so weird. And like I don't like my bar hitting red. But yeah. Okay. I probably just had my microphone a little bit too far away from my mouth and readjusting it helped. Okay. I'm kind of in a rethink stage of what's next. I am going to. So I'm at the stage where I'm trying to do a few little structural changes to my code for workflow purposes, and I'm trying to think if I want to dive deep into the next one. My first one worked out really well, really liked it, and I have to think the big one is this stupid dragon attack. Do I want to? It's because it would create so many files. It's like have a big complicated bulk of options, right? So this used to be its own whole list of options, and now it's just a data table. Um, and that's not the thing I wanted. Um, well, explosion or firing. Oh, that's not the right one. Firing. Now each one of these could be their own data table, which sort of simplifies it, while at the same time creates a lot of files. I'm streaming, Jay. So I'm trying to think if that would be worth it or not. I'm a little bit on the hesitant side. I feel like I might need to separate some of the options in this. But yeah, I played a little bit of League today, and I think like right before the stream, I tried to have a few more games, but both all my accounts got ban locked or dodge locked, so I won't be able to play till like what's the time? Like 10 tomorrow or yeah, can't play League till 10 tomorrow. I'm dodge locked. Yeah, I think I might. I know, right? It was so stupid. Life of one trick. But most of the times before I start my stream, I usually wait until I actually get in the game instead of like starting my stream and then getting like potentially banned 2 times. And so it's like the stream would just look so stupid, the recording. And so sure enough, I tried to play and spent 20 minutes and getting dodge locked or whatever. And that would just be like such a because like my content strategy for my YouTube channel right now is like the live is like all of the games, and then very specific games I will shorten for the official videos. And it'd just be really stupid to have like this 20-minute or 20-minute or 40-minute video of just dodge lock crap. So I always try and start the game, start the stream when I actually have a game loading. But yeah, I just found out a bunch of stuff I have to do for the actual Runes Tearyn page, which is actually super amazing. It's kind of exactly what I wanted, which will let me have basically a page you can actually go to on the Epic Game Store without being added to the testing group. I'll actually be able to put a demo up there, so you can always download freely download the demo, and then I don't have to add anyone to the testing group anymore, and I can start getting wish lists and stuff. So that is actually super awesome, and I think that's going to be what I work on next. Oh yeah, thank you. Yeah, this is all gameDEVbeauty. She's the one that she's the kind of like art director, creative person on here, and so I can show you. I'll just do this because I think I'm done that work for today. I'll give you a quick little rundown. Yeah, I'm aware Steam has a lot of things, but so like because we're doing an MMO, I am very, very focused on good monetization and the 12% from Epic and all these things um, is more important to me. And when it comes to MMOs, um, if it's a good MMO, people are just going to go where the launcher is, right? And so, just my opinion. I know Steam has plenty to offer. I know it has a bigger user base, all that yada 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 stuff, right? And so, um, but I'm very focused on a sustainable business, and that's like really what I care about. Sorry, who do I want? So yeah, so this is the game. But yeah, like so, if you aren't aware, obviously Steam takes 30% of your revenue, right? Until you get to like $100 million in sales, and like okay, then it goes down to like 20%. I'm sure there's behind the scenes deals and stuff, but whatever. Um, and so Epic is only like 12%, and normally you have to give Epic 5% of your revenue just for being an Epic game, and then if you use the Epic Game Store, it's like grouped together with that, so it's only like 12%. Then they have like indie run programs where the first 6 months of your game's launch, you get 100% of the revenue. And then you also have basically it's only the upfront fees that Epic will take a cut of. All like microtransactions you can have basically separate and get 100% revenue from those. So that equals like later on subscription fees will basically all come into play as well. And so um, it's a big thing. And so like I talk about this a lot when it comes to game developers. There's so many hands in your pockets. Steam takes 30%, then you get X amount of dollars. Then you have to pay taxes. That's another 20. Anywhere between 20 and 30% of your revenue coming in. So right off the bat, like think about how much is actually coming to you, right? You're already at 50%. You haven't even paid anyone. You haven't even paid for expenses. You haven't even paid for server costs. All these things, right? So, um, it's it's nutty how much, and even like there's a podcast from a publisher and a known indie dev, Rami and Mike, and they talked about how because of fees, because of revenue cuts, Mike talked about how your game might be $20 on Steam, but the money in your bank is like $8 because of all the cuts that come out. And it's like, it's absolutely ridiculous, and especially for areas that have VAT and other taxes and things. It's just crazy. Like that's why like Tim Sweeney did what he did with like the Apple Store and stuff, right? Like Apple's making more money basically on their 30% cut than actual game developers are seeing go into their bank. And it's just and so because it's an MMO, like if people want to play it, if it's a good game, they will just like MMOs are known for having their own launchers and things, right? And so if it's a good MMO, it's a great game. People are just gonna go wherever they can play it. And so like we obviously have a really strong background with Epic, and we're hoping to make it even stronger type thing. And so that's kind of like the opinion. But yeah, that's so we logged in. This is a character select server, and so like the big thing we're on is figuring all of the hard stuff first. We want to figure out. So this is on a dedicated server in PlayFab. We're connected to in the cloud a character select server, and so these are obviously all my characters I have. I'll just go on. I guess I'll go on the tank here. And so, like right now, we're at the last playtest. So we did 3 playtests last year. First one was just getting it online. People would come in. We had like basic classes implemented, all that type of stuff. Oh, I forgot to set my location somewhere else, but whatever. You know what? Let's go do that. I want to set my location something else. I have to go to PlayFab. Let me open the editor too. Or I think I just do 000, don't I? Let me test this. Okay, reopen. Turn off my music. But yeah, so we're very focused on because if you're not aware, the games industry is completely kind of fucked right now, right? And so, oh no, that's my so I have a special needs daughter, and she's likes to make all these random noises, and she's kind of screaming in the background, just giggling. Oh, I think I chose the wrong character. Dope. Let me close that out. All right, go to my characters. MainStarks, title data, and the location. Zero, zero, zero. Quit to menu. Dope. I still need to implement some GM commands to move me to different places. All right, let's see if I'm actually in the right spot now. So I probably should just create a new character. Yeah, it didn't work. All right, whatever. We're going to do the long haul. Go to menu. But yeah, so we're creating an MMO basically with both gameDEVbeauty and I played EverQuest before we met on World of Warcraft, and so now we're making our MMO, right? And so we played EverQuest ourselves. I was someone that flipped alts a lot, played a lot of leveling in EverQuest. She was one that did a ton of a ton of raiding and stuff. And so we have very different experiences through EverQuest. And then WoW was more my official first MMO type thing. I'm just going to delete this. Archer. And I will delete Benny. And Archer. I don't need all these. I'll just make a warrior. Actually, I'll do the enchanter. Let's go with I'll do the goblin. The orc. I like this orc. What crown do I want? I'll do that. I will do Yoa. I don't know. And so the idea is like to really merge, and like we have like plus there's like so much that has kind of come out since all that time, right? So we know the old school MMOs have kind of like become more popular now. Like you got RuneScape, Classic WoW, Classic EverQuest, like private servers for all those have kind of been around. Old school and RuneScape, and by the way, this is all on a live server in the cloud type thing. And so we just transferred from the character select server over to the actual world server. And so because of our pass with Vertical Third, we have a ton of systems already complete and done. So like we have our combat, our quest, our loot systems all done. You know, we have like 80 to 100 statistics all kind of ready to go. Full gearing system, inventory loot, quest loot, crafting loot, whole crafting system, as you just pretty standard as you expect. Get the ingredients, craft it, type thing. And we have around 10 different quest types. You know, all the expected ones in an MMO. And so right now we're collecting some burbs that have escaped. We're still like working on what our like full kind of like flow is going to be. We're going to create a map system that involves like that's going to be kind of like your checklist of things to do, and it's up to you kind of explore and do those things. And so, grab myself a health potion. And so, and like it's very like it's much more slower paced on stuff. Everything's more social. We want people to like not be in an instance dungeon that you like on a treadmill. You don't even talk to anyone type thing. And you're not AOE grinding at all. And so this is the enchanter. I have like this little sword pet I can cast, and they're very CC focused. So I have stuns, and I get mana regen. I can buff my pet with haste as well. Give a couple of these pets out. And so it's much more like trying to be a strategic game, and like, you know, we take a lot of inspiration from like WoW Classic and stuff, where your it's like game knowledge, environment, you know, pay attention to the environment, these things that like that's the skill factor, and not just like mashing your face across the keyboard for a button rotation. I don't know what's going on with PlayFab today. I'm lagging all over the place. I don't know if it might be my internet. I don't know if it's my internet. I think show ping. 108. And so, yeah, we really want to tie back into that, like how social games were back in the day, you know? Yeah, my internet is actually a little funky today. It could just be because I'm streaming and stuff. But it's also just like right now you get bonus damage when you're hitting stuff behind. And so here it's like, oh, I can actually mesmerize this. And this is like the kind of the flow, right? We're making sure that teams think about their crowd control, think about their groups, having a lot of different mechanics that allow them to um, work together, interesting team comps. And then there's like little kind of things here, like this is a sucrose tree. And so I'm able to pick it up. That helps a little bit with solars. And so it gives me a little bit of healing and mana regen and stuff. And then like this bar down here is your threat meter. We want you to actually like pay attention to your threat. And so enchanters get a memory wipe, and so they can lower their threat. So now it goes back onto their pet tank. All right. Well, thank you for stopping by the dev stream. Appreciate that a lot. Yeah, aggro management, absolutely. And so there's a lot of different things like that we're playing with. And so just playing a lot of this different strategic values of an MMO, and just we want it slow paced because we want people to be able to have time to actually talk and stuff. And so and just enjoy each other, right? Like it's supposed to be, MMOs really are supposed to be that like a little bit of an icebreaker game that lets people talk to each other. Yeah, I'm definitely trying to stream a lot more. Both obviously I've been streaming plenty of League, but I'm trying to do a lot more dev streams now. And I'm about to actually stop my stream because I have some store stuff to do. Because I just got an email back from Epic, and I'm super excited about what I'm about to get it done today. So, but again, thank you for stopping by, and everyone else that's watching, thank you very much. And keep an eye on my stream because I'll be back more often.